According to the telemetry, we're in the system of Kiava Gamma. We found Kiava Gamma. And there's only Dargonus after that. And that's it. The Alpha. The main industrial world of one Valancius dynasty. However, astropods report that attempts to contact Governor Gaprak have been unsuccessful. Lord Captain, a new report. Kiava Gamma is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept? Yeah. As you command. Lord Captain, interference detected in a compartment Vox system. Looks like the bridge is cut off from the rest of the voidship. Scenarios Maleficum Kranach picked report on events on the bridge when entering Kiava Gamma, recorded by Servo Skull. Start of picked recording. The voidship's bridge. Sounds of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound, followed by lumens going out. In a dim glow of candles and emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of Waxius, shouts can only just be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We lost contact with all modules. One of the bridge officers turns to the throne. Lord Captain, the Vox stations are malfunctioning and overloading the system. None of our outgoing transmissions are getting through. The incoming ones that do make it are distorted beyond interpretation. The Lord Captain gives the order to decipher the incoming Vox transmissions at all costs, continue sending orders from the bridge and request status updates from the other modules. Decipher. Proceed. A team of the decryption experts gets to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console, another is writing something on a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream, a tech priest, who was mid-prayer, tears himself to pieces with his own making rights. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. Portion of picked recording damage after contact with the unknown object. A guard officer shows a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as he rushes to help the crew, shouting out orders. Executes one of the lunatics and roars a series of orders to the rest. Begins methodically exterminating any who shows signs of madness. Executes one of the lunatics and roars a series of orders to the rest. The madman's body falls at a rogue trader feet, and his commanding voice, magnified by Vox amplifier, carries over all the noise. He orders the crew to master themselves immediately, promising to personally execute anyone who fails to do so. Some of the lunatics quiet down, others try to snap out of it. One pins her hand to a panel with a dagger to stop herself from moving. Another fervently whispers prayers. Some return to cogitators, others lean over the wounded. Shots ring out. Those still on a rampage are executed by the rogue trader himself, as promised. Scrap code. The voice belongs to the on-deck engine seer. He's turned to the Lord Captain from his station. We've been attacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint, and is now running through the ship veins. Omnissiah preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before the Lord Captain once more. Whatever it's that attacking us, we have a backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there is a terminal for an isolated system that might still be unaffected. A loud pop. The pipes over the officer's head burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frame spins uncontrollably. The servo skull was jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over, the Vox picking up the crackling of electricity and a death cry. Guests on a bridge, a junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. The rogue trader gives the order to evacuate immediately, commands the crew to carry on with their duties until the very last, runs for his life from the bridge, gives the order to evacuate, commands the crew to carry on with their duties until the very last. We do that. Headless to the gas spreading over the deck, the officers continue their flurry of work at other stations, executing orders issued by the Lord Captain. Even when the doors to the bridge are open, the crew carries on for as long as they can. Lest you leave the bridge, the Lord Captain runs out, coughing heavily. The rogue trader takes a few steps down the corridor and breaks into a coughing fit, undoubtedly a result of spending too long on the bridge. Splashes of crimson stain his clothes on the floor, and the Lord Captain shakes his head. The further the rogue trader walks into the atrium, the more unsteadily his footsteps become. The Lord Captain takes a moment to lean against the bulkhead, but then crumples to the floor, coughing up gouts of blood onto his chest. Several people immediately dash to the rogue trader's side. The rogue trader is taken to the Medicaid deck, where he is instantly surrounded by doctors. The crowd is so dense that the servo skull anxiously circles above them, trying to catch a glimpse of the subject of its recording. At last, the Lord Captain opens his eyes, dragged back to the consciousness by a cocktail of medications and biostimulators from several bags. A number of scarred junior officers promptly surround the bed. The ship is suffering devastating losses. The intermodule comms are still offline. The crew is terrified, Lord Captain. Eyes full of terror, bloodied uniforms, slumped shoulders, and these officers are the only link that the Lord Captain currently has to the world outside the Medicaid deck. All he can do to support these people who are willing to risk their lives for the ship is give them an inspiring speech. Reiterate the duty that every Imperial citizen owes to humanity. Offer a matter-of-fact logical analysis that might help them find the best tactic for the situation, conserve his own strength. Give them an inspiring speech. Don't bug now. No. Thank God. The Lord Captain, buried under a mound of catheters, props himself up, taking breaths through a mask now, and then begins to speak of human tenacity, of the trials that the crew have already overcome and those that still lie ahead in their struggle to save the ship. With each word, the people around the bed straighten up and their gazes are filled with awe and faith. The officers salute the Lord Captain and leave the Medicaid deck in complete confidence, ready to do their duty. The Lord Captain spends some time in bed, in the doctor's meticulous care. Out there, somewhere beyond the bulkheads of the blinded and deafened ship, people who have been left without their leader are fighting against an unknown threat. New victims are constantly being brought to the Medicaid deck. The servo skull records medics carrying in a young man, the right side of his body a mess of flesh and bone. Then a young woman with her jaw missing and her ribs barred. As if realizing the pointlessness of his stay here, the Lord Captain demands to be patched up and helped to his feet, return to the bridge. The walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis has passed, although wounded and crippled, the ship nevertheless is returning to its normal operation. The bridge resembles a battlefield. The floor is strewn with corpses, the cogitators are damaged, and the people inside are barely standing. Healers in masks are bagging up pale corpses, technomats are hastily patching up ruptured pipes, and the surviving officers are trying to get the remaining cogitators back up and running. With the comm station, the rogue trader runs into Voxmaster. Praise the Emperor. You're in one piece, Lord Captain. The situation on board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comm channels. Soon all the Voxcasters will be fully operational. Another man appears in the picked frame, a junior officer completely out of breath carrying a heap of scrolls. The Voxmaster nods at him. Here's the reports. If you find able to return to your station, I can immediately give you a rundown of the state of affairs of the ship. End of picked record. The situation's been brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. The bridge suffered heavy losses. Many of the officers responsible for key systems perished during the attack. The consequences for the vessel are most grievous. Kiava Gamma went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I'm afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance. or even sending an away party to the planet's surface. The time has come to remind you about our agreement, Rogue Trader. I must be present in your entourage during your expedition to Kiava Gamma. I'm counting on your cooperation. The crew is awaiting further instructions. That's one of the outcomes. Now, what happens if I deny that transmission? How often will big patches arrive? On 3 months, 2-3 months, probably. Ignore the transmission as you command. We ignore the transmission as you ordered, but the Vox system has detected a dozen more incoming requests. Their number is growing every second, and each one is becoming more insistent and stronger. I think I hear something. And again, it happens even when you ignore. Same shit happens even when you ignore. There is no running away from this, okay? They're just not. So let's go. We got Kiava Gamma. I think it's gonna be a huge map, because it is the part of the main quest. Plus there's a companion quest on Kiava Gamma too. Good day to you too, Amijan. Axie, good day to you too. How you doing, people? The dwarf planet is marked on the von Valancius Trade Empire charts as 8 and serves as backup source of water for the habitable worlds in the neighboring systems. Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating in the Aetal hydrosphere, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago. Much to your officer's surprise, the augurs detected an unidentified mining rig dip under the ground. Presumably, the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet core, enriched with iron and other metals. Send a scouting party. Contact the extracting convoy. Contact. The extracticum turns out to be Insignia Corda latest investment, whose demesne is located just within a few jumps from the Cranach system. While this world is of a little value to the von Valancius dynasty, your officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue trader leniency. Magus Pascal knows the unusual composition of Aetal's core. The subsequent development will allow the extraction of rare refractory metals. Heeding his advice, the rogue trader decides to keep the extracticum for himself. The rogue trader graciously allows Incendia Corda to pick up the crumbs unworthy of the von Valancius dynasty attention. Destroy the extracticum with a precise shot. The rogue trader orders to behead everyone on the illegal mining rig and send their heads to Incendia Corda with very best wishes. The rogue trader decides to keep the extracticum for himself with all the workers and servitors. We do what Pascal says. Pascal knows it all. Your people easily assume control as the frightened workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist. The extracticum machines are restarted shortly after, and they amass containers with precious ore are delivered to your ship cargo. Kiava Gamma. Any other Companion quest for Kiava Gamma, by the way. Development project. Heinrichs to Kiava Gamma. Make planet fall on Kiava Gamma and reach Kiava Gamma. Everything is now on Kiava Gamma. Land. Solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with Magi. I fear we're too late and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Binary arrays of alarms stream out of Pascal Box synthesizer. In their neurotic broken rhythm you sense a call to arms and a warning of danger. What's your mission, Kiava Gamma? Ah, the cult of the final dawn. We need to find someone that can tell us what's happening here. If there is anyone left here to speak to. Any suggestions? Let's look around, find out what the arrival rogue trader did not elect. The usual fuss. Okay, it seems like scale of the map is huge. We're gonna be here for a long time. A long time.
Victory awaits!
Servitors. Corrupt. Servitors before you almost appear to be in the middle of performing some elaborate and confusing dance. They in strange poses, they rock back and forth with their hands bent in a peculiar fashion. Upon your approach, one of the servitor jerks, trying to turn in your direction. The rest immediately repeat the motion. The strange scene is complemented by a grating sound. Dull clicks just at the edge of your hearing, coming from an unknown source. Many of the customs of the monkey are terrible, but some are more insane and disgusting than the rest. What do you find so appealing about this custom? You reduced your kin to the level of mechanisms. You love mechanisms, do you not? You strive to make everything empty, cold, convenient. Being a servitor is an honor, Xenos. You wouldn't understand. This is necessary sacrifice for the survival of the entire society. At least servitors have some use, which is more than can be said about the 2/3 of humanity. You're right, servitor production is inhumane. I wish I could put an end to it, but it's not within my power. This is a necessary sacrifice for the survival of the entire society. Your kind is adept at surviving, that much is certain, but I do not believe that what I'm seeing was done purely for the sake of survival. Examine the servitor. Based on a cursory inspection, you conclude that the servitors were designed for precision work on an assembly line, possibly circuit production. The number of high-quality, expensive augments in their bodies greatly exceeds basic standards. The servitor hand moves, it is slowly reaching toward you. Avoid touching it. Strike its hand. Freeze. can. The blow breaks off servitor's arm cleanly at the joint. The arm falls to the floor, but the servitor does not notice. It pokes the air with its stump, then goes still. Find the source of the repeating clicks. Soon enough you locate the source of the clicking. On the back of one of the servitors, a tumor, oozing with murky ichor, is growing straight through the augments. The relays coated in inflamed tissue are blocked, hence the reason for the persistent clicking. Mutation in a servitor. Tech priests typically reject the use of flawed soft tissue for their constructs. Perhaps something has caused this aggressive growth, and quite recently. Cut away the tumor forming on a spinal cogitate. So shit, I fucking hate it when they fail like this. Let's see what's gonna happen, man. Long loading screen on this map, it's a huge map.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Now the weapon skill check failed.
Feel my wrath!
I don't wanna kill them, come on. Come on. Wait, I can't succeed at this at all. It needs to be at all 100. I think I can't succeed at all. I need to check once more, but I think it's impossible. Minus 50 on medic. What it needs to be then. This is different rules from Pathfinder.
It's about time.
try it once more, but I think it can work.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Ooh, succeeded finally, without much difficulty. What you rolled? Without much difficulty, you cut the excess flesh from the mechanisms. The liberated relay lets out a rapid burst of clicks, then a spark flashes before your eyes, and something begins to hum deep into the servitor's flesh. Through 24, second lane of Manufactorum. Commencing work. Please, what is your request? Follow your default programming. What are you doing, morons? Are you following me?
New challenge for me.
Cogitator panel, dozens of breakers, button handles, switches, view the log. Study the archives of Cogitator. View the third log data, which is hidden by the... View the first log. Praise be to Omnissiah, whose might and power transforms dead metal to make manifest the holy visions of the machine god. The new protocols received at the synod from the great fabricator have been executed despite those who shuddered at the thought of the changing a standard procedure. Embolden your hearts, those whose inner weakness breeds errors in personal calculations, for the fabricator is the conductor of the higher will and the wisest among us. View the second law. Today at the Supreme Assembly, the fabricator unsealed the vaults of the sacred designs and committed those deemed redundant or heretical to purifying disposal. Today, dozens of standard procedures were lost to be replaced by new ones, which the fabricator will deliver to those who demonstrate the greatest devotion to serving the truth. Data banks contain no notion of truth. Could there have been, may the all-knowing one, the gracious keeper, forgive me an error in the fabricator calculations, and he meant to say serving the quest for knowledge, logic. The instrumental terminals have already been replaced and the material delivery systems are being prepared for the divine transformation. The execution of the new procedure has been delayed, for there are some in our ranks who doubt the words of the fabricator and his votaries. And there are some who are not susceptible to enhancement protocol that carries our tech brethren to enlightenment. May the deliverers of fate be merciful to them. Inaction is death, and I must be returning to our great work. Praise be to the truth that will reveal the path of knowledge shrouded in darkness. View the log. I think they're following us.
None shall stand in
They're
my
gonna
way.
help us in combat. Nice.
world won't tolerate weakness.
Notification. Request denied. Registering anomalous behavior within the servant organics and an invalid noosphere response. This unit is compromised. Examine the tech priest. Carefully you study the rope-clad figure. A black hem of necrosis spreads out from around the tech priest's implants. For some reason his body seems to reject the true flesh. A moment later you recognize the dominant smell in the decay of scents permeating the air around the tech priest. The stench of rotten meat. Who are you? Magus Custis of the Machine Sanctum, Tier 2O, identification. Where is the fabricator? I will only speak with the ones who run this manufactorum. What's happening on this planet? Why is the governor not responding to ship calls? What are heretic ships doing in the system? Denied. Irregularity demands execution of Protocol 3924 in accordance with the fabricator decree. Won't be executing anything until I meet with the fabricator. Anticipated process disrupted. Execution of disposal protocol recommended. Tech priest draws his weapon and his robe opens. Your senses are hit by a fetid wave of wrath. Here we go.
Do you dare to look me in the eye?
I will take you down.
Magus, volatile servitors, and Magus heretic.
I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Come on, servitors, go! Not on him. And the fucking tanky.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If I must. If it serves your cause. Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. I need targets, not guidance. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Not a problem for me. Already done.
I understand your intent. If it serves your cause.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Be careful not to cross my gaze. Another fur painted black. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Run the bulwark.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh shit.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me.
And they will be tough without servitors. They really deal a lot, especially when they're close. What on fucking earth? They explode. And look at the AoE. Holy shit. They fucking chain nuke everyone.
Not a problem for me.
Goddamn maniacs. I leveled up. No injuries, nothing. Thank God it's alpha to this on the hardest difficulty. With injuries, with consumables, and so on. That would be extremely hard. Prerequisites. Part machine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Scion X. Can you use that? I mean, you should be able to use it. You got the same one with brutal strike, 3 pen, same shit.
Victory awaits.
Let's level up. Level
Is for the
24 now. Intelligence, perception, willpower. We go with willpower.
Remember, innocence proves nothing.
Willpower, fellowship, strength. Strength. Intelligence. Intelligence is one of the best characteristics, stats, attributes, call it how you like, because it bloody gives 6 skill checks over here. Plus 5 to everything. It's just crazy good. Bonus to dodge. Parry melee attacks. Let's go with dodge. Should be 51 now. It's not. 10% bonus to dodge tests. I guess it doesn't count. Part machine 2 minus 10. Penalty force mechanics. I don't know how they count this. I really need to spend a lot of time checking this shit out. Like I did nothing. Weird. No, I need to accept. It should be 51 when I accept. It's not.
I align my path with yours. For now. You interrupted my thoughts.
Bolter, plasma, melta, flame, power. We got laser. Nimble it will. Holy shit, your dodge is 85. Really? I know what gives flat stats, it will not die. So she doesn't get one shot at 51.
I'm restless.
And you are still
I look
bugged,
up
are
with a
you?
feeling of wonder.
Now it's 2
The
levels.
field of
If you're,
flowers was blossoming
of course you're
nearby.
bugged.
A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing.
She's not.
And
When I receive the next level, now I can pick, finally. It will not die. But... What are you doing? Accept? She swallowed an entire level, okay. Yeah, everyone have this. And everyone is level 24, so basically she swallowed an entire level. But at least it's working.
A new challenge for me?
Servitors go with us. Really? What is this?
It's about time.
I've been playing 4 hours without a break. Short pause. Like 5 minutes or so. I don't even know what I want to do in those 5. I'm gonna go and eat something. 5 minutes. Be right back. Bitches. Let's move on.
None shall stand in my way.
Nej, det är trä. Looking behind. Yay. But what are you doing? Oh. Oh.
Victory awaits! I'll lay claim to the stars.
Burden of failure is the most terrible punishment.
There's huge frame drops on this map. Because there's smoke everywhere.
Should have been accomplished easily.
Ah, you fuck off. God damn it.
We must act.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart, figuratively speaking. My cardiovascular augmentation can
New
stand
challenge
much
for me?
more than high blood pressure.
Need access codes.
It's about time. I'll live another day.
Help me, Lord Captain.
God damn it.
Sharp eye.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
Idiot is done.
Running by Derek Oathlight,
When the faithful are idle,
authorized. Quest approved. My vow is to serve.
Speak, Elantark.
The old Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Victory awaits.
Heavily augmented man in a filthy tethered robe stands before you. His eyes are filled with horror. He nothing to fear from us. Deus Mechanicus. heard my prayers. I thought I was alone in a kingdom of madness and depravity. Please save. Manufactorum Lex Mechanic Zeta 86 performed the rituals for the machine spirits of Foundry 95. Up until the brothers started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn or something or other. They stuck the belts, and then they desecrated the visages of sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted, the others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madman, my former tech brethren, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupted cogitators. I watched as they were infected with scrap code, and did nothing to stop them. A recording a violation of the commandment of Thine Own Forge be a true sentinel. Apostate Zeta 86, your excesses are hereby revoked. Proceed with your report. How did you manage to avoid the same fate? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of unholy code, I allowed it to control me, I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitate, where the code had lodged itself. Before I found a way to throw up the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy, the extraction of true flesh and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied the fallen Magus to the fabricator himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual full of willful deviations and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. You don't act like other priests who were infected with corruption. Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah, I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which I use for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted, the scrap code is locked inside it, like a beast in a cage. Anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program. My primitive brain has been marked by corruption. I still see their silhouettes, hear the interference, I sense the malfunctions in my augmetics. I was still saved from the great sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnissiah and his benediction that shelters the weak from evil. You see his hand casually straight to the handle of his weapon. Interrogator is in no hurry to act. You mentioned a monster. Is that some kind of a weapon? No. Not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent into the depths of the manufactorum. It's some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine, powered not by Omnissiah's grace, but the unholy spirit and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much except that the fabricator saw the machine as a special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called upon the Astartes heretics who arrived at the manufactorum after their start of uprisings. He did something terrible, and only after that were they able to switch the machine on. It's a true abomination, even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them. Monstrous power utilized for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever that cogitator might spew out, at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its hideous sufferings. How did you crazed brethren behave? Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator himself. Though what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set up the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I'd ever seen. Sacrilege. You mentioned someone in prison on the lower levels. The lay servants on the main units. They live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. They were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste and covered the machines in cursed symbols. After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine holes, where the survivors were turned into. They demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. That's even what they use me for. They use me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone in their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated these atrocities and witnessed their obscenities. What do you make of it, Heinrichs? Servant of the Messiah, I must know more about the final dawn, the fabricator, his mess, and about this machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augmenting that was corrupted by the scrap code. I'm convinced that if I hadn't fought off that foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that one sacred device. Heinrich's expression shifts as he stares intently at the discontenting plant and the still intact connectors protruding from the under Lex mechanic collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Can the cogitator be disconnected and reconnected to another machine? Even the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself. My augmentics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact with the system of my true flesh, to innervate my compulsory unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I'm safe, I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy. In other words, there is only one way to extract the data stored on the cogitator. What are you talking about? If we connect the cogitator to the augmetic system, the Lex mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they're incomplete, of the things he saw and heard, but it's now unable to recall. Lex mechanic, who's been listening to your discussion and puzzlement, finally understands what is going to happen to him, and he begins to back away in fear. Anything but that, I'll die. It'll be worse than that, I'll succumb to the corruption. I'm begging you, please, I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator. At these words, Heinrich pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as he was reconsidering. In failing to offer any resistance against the enemies of the Omnissiah, Unit Zeta 86 lost the grace of his machine rank, and was categorized as a resource of the Manufactorum. The defilement and torment of said resource, if committed to advance the struggle against heresy, will not be deemed a sin or malefication against the living soul. Upon expiry of unit's utility, disposal is recommended. The leaders of the cult would never discuss anything of importance in front of witnesses. Leave the poor men alone. We cannot allow the information to go to waste. One life is a small price to pay for the good of the Imperium. We'll reach the end no matter what. Stop. We need to know where the cogitator is, even if the heretics' conversations are unimportant. I must know why the machine was so valuable to them. I'll tell you. A different augmentic is responsible for my muscle memory. As a data storage too, I remember where I walked and what I pressed with my fingers. Here are the coordinates and the code. It's probably the code to the bay. He's the subject of your world, rogue trader. It's for you to decide his fate. He'll be taken to my ship after the cleansing rites. A place will be found for him there. He's been tainted by corruption. I cannot allow him in my ship. He can seek out his own path to salvation. The weak deserve only death. Put him on a ship. Excessive kindness, rogue trader, gets good people into trouble. Let's hope that the corruption only affected the disconnected augmetic and not his soul. We need to find his cogitator.
My success is irrefutable.
Regs, stabilizer bracers. Increases ballistic skill, flat death. Now that's something.
State your intention.
Your ballistic is 60. Was I everywhere? I think I was. Set up a ladder. Huge map.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Too hard for a simple monkey.
None shall stand in my way. New challenge for me.
What the fuck is that? Fabricator Cubis Delphim. The massive magus clad in ritual garb. That will be our boss for this planet. Garb lets out the binary thrill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of his mental, two dimly lit eye implants gaze at you. You hear another binary tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. What's the matter, poor little tin can? Something wrong with your implants? Forgot how to speak properly? You're there, address me in the wild tongue of savages. Me, steward of Kiava Gamma, lord of machine world. Kneel, pathetic spawn, if you seek swift disposal. We propose they kneel, the rogue trader of the Von Valancius line. I'm giving you 5 minutes. No, not to beg forgiveness, to speak your last words and give your final confession. We do that. You're one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my brothers and resist my will. A messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil. Very well, your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach the likes of you a lesson. My name is Cubis Delphim, once held the title of Fabricator of the Kiava Gamma Manufactorum. I rejected it along with other fetters that hinder progress. Once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult mechanicus into darkness of ignorance. Now I'm the world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory and you're not of the legion of their servants, therefore you must be subject to immediate disposal. As the senior functioning member of the Brotherhood of Mars, I, Magus Explorator Pascal Heinemann, declare this temple to the machine god compromised and forthwith forbid all service within it. I dethrone the Fabricator, the ignorant heretic who has betrayed the Omnissiah, and condemn as anathema any and all standard procedures implemented by him. Let the cycle of the blasphemous operations he has put in motion be broken. Pascal switches to binary speech, and you hear dissonance sprouting in depths of the Forge Cathedral. Some of the giant mechanisms heed his order and go still, while others, obeying the Fabricator's will, continue their work. Crashes, explosions, and the clanging of crumpling metals signify that some dissent among the machines has interrupted the Manufactorum's production cycle. What will happen if you don't have Pascal in your team, man? I guess the map gets twice as hard. Hanuman, liar, you're not him. Demands Hanuman obeys me. His mind is open to the voices of the void, and the scrap code he created protects my world. And you, rusted refuse from the misfit caste of explorators, won't dare to call me ignorant. The statement is false. Your regalia have been revoked. You have been deemed defective and will be eliminated. Initiating the search of heretic designation demands Hanuman. I wish to execute the retribution procedure. What did you do to the governor of Kiava Gamma? The removal of unserviceable artifacts was the first step toward retooling this world. Only my tech brethren heeded the call of truth reaching out to the cogitators, which allowed them to pierce the veil of empty dogmas. You traded one master for another. I would expect the fabricator to be smarter than that. I will rip out your spinal column and braid it under my step, you pity creature. I usually prefer talks over fights. This is my world, and it will serve only me. Maybe that. Even a cursory data analysis shows that the probability of this outcome is negligible. You, like your predecessor, are but an artifact of calculation which requires minimal resources to revise. I don't know if I've ever seen a sight more bizarre than a monkey vying with other monkey over who possesses more exorbitant hubris. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this, Kiava Gamma has already been converted. Its lines have been restructured, its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucibles of this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenets. You, servants of fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anatomy of the slaves. So many open admissions of heresy and so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say his words warrant? I cannot answer that, Master von Kellex. It is not my duty to measure the heretic's guilt. When the Adepta Sororitas appear before enemies of the Imperium, it's time to fire, not calculate. And now such a time has indeed come. Check the chronometer. Your 5 minutes have passed. I hereby sentence you to death, and I will be the one who carries it out. You know why I like the ranged tin cans like you? When you're killed, you leave behind plenty of useful spare parts. I think I'll make a portable recaf machine out of you. We do that. Brothers, purge the manufactorum of any erratic irregularities. I must prepare for the culmination of our great work. Got the outsiders, let the blood mix with oil. None of the dialogue is 10 out of 10. I started the game and how they capture everything there is about Warhammer was done without a fucking mistake. It's unbelievable, okay? Especially those unique encounters that you can get during the warp travel. I just don't know what's better, man.
Follow my lead.
Screen of this cogitator shows a scrolling line of repeating technolingua. Staring at the obscure symbols gives you a headache.
It's about time.
This ain't normal how big the map is. This is the biggest map I've seen so far in the game, by the way.
Submit, and you'll die.
What the fuck?
Show them no mercy.
Tough cultists. Okay, full bunch. A full fucking bunch. They're about to play first. Fuck. I didn't see them, man. I wouldn't open like this.
Naturally. Not sanctioned to do this. I won't object to it.
Boom! Holy shit.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Just designate a target. If I must. Inferior bird.
Hey. I need to chill with grenades. I don't have unlimited amount of grenades. We're gonna have a boss. And the previous boss I was fighting against, grenades resolved the boss. So I need to kind of win all of those fights without wasting grenades. I have Eldari grenades also, a lot of them. Jesus Christ, this crap.
I'm watching your back. Always. I'll take it from here.
What is it? I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I will take you down. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Naturally. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If I must.
The road take you.
Okay, we got Logis Heretic up there. I just figured out now. And there's a full fucking bunch of them behind him also. I really don't wanna spam grenades. And there's so many.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. I mean, binary code, right?
face of the Emperor will be undone.
What?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
There's the cover.
Doubt is for the weak. I need targets, not targets. I'll do it.
Man, they got snipers also.
Focus, Van Calyx. Focus.
That's bad. Very bad. Logis heretic again. He dodged.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. All too easy.
For the throne's glory. I won't do that. I won't object to it.
Oh, I got served. Forgot I got served. Until they arrive, I'm gonna finish the fight.
Suits my purposes. Already done. Not a problem for me.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I am not your Zeus.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Alas, no.
Not an easy fight.
Let's see to it. But of course. Natural. Let's see to it.
Unseen.
Frag. I just helped.
As the tactical imperative
It's a lot.
dictates, the Omnissiah knows all. Comprehends all. Running binary compromise.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
No, not me. Not me.
Nothing.
No, you assholes.
Faith shields me.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
do it. Strike is a prayer. I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, dear son of a god, what was that?
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I need targets, not guidance. As the Emperor commands, I act. You, my Emperor! This is unacceptable. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
God damn it.
I'll do it.
56 momentum gain. Oh man, fucking planet.
Forge ahead! All too easy.
Impressions of the game so far. The biggest early alpha I played in my life. The longest and probably the best. And I played a lot.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
If it serves your cause.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Advancing.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
So fucking funny with this.
Not sanctioned to do this.
They need to fix the charge. They really need to fix charge.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
I understand your intent.
Another Logis heretic up there.
In the cold embrace of
You piece of shit.
deliver us.
Only in
All the way right. The Argenta did her stuff. She killed everyone on the map. It doesn't matter now. I wish you could hit for fucking once.
My tactics are flawless.
Get up.
Already done. Nowhere to hide.
Emperor, give me strength. If I may.
Everyone, step aside.
If only that were possible. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I need a foothold. Naturally. More trouble than it's worth. I won't object to it. The Inquisitor sends their regards. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Swift and silent.
Should have served it.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes.
Get me a target. Alas, no. Not sanctioned to do this. I won't object to it. Naturally. Let's see to it.
I move swiftly to strike. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath you. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
see how they respond to this. Nothing I can't do.
Throne's glory. I won't object to it.
I can't wait till they add better animations in the game. They have to be better animations because this is like hilarious. It's gonna be so crazy good. If they can make the game smooth with better animations, it's really gonna be funny. Two-handed plasma gun, 7 pen. Not bad.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
In the heart, turn all to decay. I refuse.
I need plasma weapon proficiency if I want to wield this. Fuck. Where are we? Dying tech priest.
Victory awaits.
Look, over there.
Over where?
I won't tolerate weakness.
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment.
What the fucking matters?
None shall stand in my way. Follow my lead. Halt! I noticed something.
You notice what and where? Because I don't see shit. Because it's bugged, that's why.
I'm enraged. You'll endure.
Request denied.
I say a little bit of
You are authorized. My vow is to serve.
The Emperor sets my path.
I'm listening. Request approved.
challenge for me?
We bugged out. Bugged out. Let's restart. I hope it's not important for the story, man. Or for progression, God forbid.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Pile of human remains carries the dust together amidst a suffocating stench. The torn Gothic bodies once belonged to a tech priest, but you cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Unexpectedly, it seems that one of the ravaged bodies is still moving weakly. Tortured man lips move ever so slightly. Approach. The man can barely breathe with his respirator implant removed. It's a miracle he survived the horrific vivisection. He takes you a single look at the gaping wounds where the augment was ripped out to realize that is only a matter of time. As you have incensed your presence, the half-dead man looks at you sharply and yells hot air. Machine spirit, deliver me. The binary requiem coming from Pascal Locke's sound solemn and grim. Upon hearing it, the man grimaces weakly, twisting his mutilated face into a semblance of a smile. Who did this to you? My brother's machine spirit has the Omniscience truly abandoned us. Kiava Gamma has fallen into the maw of eternal enemy. Holy Magi, they succumbed to heresy. The rest were stripped of their true flesh to feed the heresy. Preserve us, deliver me from sin. They sacrifice the living blood from the vessels of true flesh, while their heart is still beating after that oblivion. I knew you would come. I waited for so very long. Deliver me from my torment. Such senseless savagery. A horrible fate to be betrayed by one of those brethren. I attest that the three categorical requirements for assigning the status of martyr of fate are fulfilled: opposing the enemy, preserving the adherence to the dogma, meeting a gruesome death, requesting the right to extract the subject's organic matter for it to be used in the creation of an honorable servo skull. It's an honor. I'm thankful for the right to serve. And the man's suffering go to Omniscience. Pascal, your request is granted. Steel your heart, servant of the Imperium. Your words will help me bring down those who have betrayed Kiava Gamma. Delay the man's death by providing medical assistance. Leave the man to die. Pascal, your request is granted. Turn him into a servo skull. Leaning over a dying man, Pascal, in decisive yet surprisingly respectful motion, cuts his throat. It takes him mere moments using a long scalpel to release the cervical vertebrae from the hold of muscles and sinew and cut the vertebrae, severing the head from the body. Let your service continue, tech brother. The device now able to being used to chop bodies into pieces was once an ordinary full fat.
It's about time.
Check failed. I wanna see which side is this. What Chaos God is here? Slaanesh? Could be. It doesn't look like Nurgle.
What a shame.
Hey, come on. The marks of chaos seem to draw your eyes, simultaneously instill terror.
None shall stand in my way. Victory awaits.
Melta Ultima, 8 penetration. Melta Scorching AoE. Cast 2 action points. That looks fucking great. And no one can use it, eh?
That is not the Emperor's will.
Melta weapon proficiency required. Only Pascal can use it, but he's melee. You can use it. What? You got Melta weapon proficiency instead of a shotgun. Okay. You'll burn the heretics.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Something is howling within the metal frame, as if the machine spirits of this cogitator are lamenting some irreparable loss. Logic. Your knowledge of the machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. You gain access to cogitator systems. The device machine spirit can do nothing to thwart you. Subdued by its defeat, it hides in the bowels of its lair. Awaken the cogitator's machine spirit. You touch the levers and the reels of the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within this cogitator. The machine lingers as if still sleepy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. What a flying fuck. The cogitator is silent, awaiting new commands.
I'll lay claim
What have I
to
just
the
seen?
stars.
Okay, I could have sneaked in.
Follow my lead.
Go behind. If, of course, they had sneaking in a game. So basically, before the fight, you go through here, you go up there, you pass all the way, you enter, you trigger the trap, and you wipe them all out over here. Plus, that torpedo would also kill them over here. Ah, man. You need sneaking in a game. They detect from far away, it's impossible. Nah, through this door there was a crack in the wall. Step right into it, trigger, and the fight becomes twice easier.
I better myself through my service.
Shit. You get XP for athletic souls.
That was a problem for you. What a shame.
New challenge for me.
My reckoning will be swift.
You are what now? As you approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surfaces. Despite the apparent damage, the machine seems to be in a working condition. View the log. The log contains nothing of interest. Activate the emergency bridge lowering protocol. The machine lingers as if still sleepy. Okay. Step away.
Victory awaits!
Let's see where that leads to.
It's about time. None shall stand
Watch
in
your
my way.
steps. None are better at searching.
Something of interest.
Jesus Christ. Cogitator panel has dozens of breakers, buttons, handles. View the log. Review the supply protocol. At first glance, the records look like a typical shipping report, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not ore or assembly parts, but augments extracted from living tech priests. And spent mass, the flesh of the victims killed either during or for the sake of the machine rituals. Review the production. The log looks damaged, the lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. The stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind touched by chaos and corruption. Ascension Protocol. This record looks like a sermon of some mad chaos worshipper. The log, clearly written from someone else's words, mentions the heart that executes virtue, and the cradle that drugs the child of truth.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Let us see what I found.
It's a lot of traps.
New challenge for me?
This task should have been accomplished easily.
Fail more.
Never doubt me. I failed.
Okay, if you did 4 traps, 1 success.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
System accepts the access codes. And the door is open.
It's
But
about
first,
time.
what's this? Nah, it's gonna rotate. Okay, okay.
Victory awaits.
Bloody huge map.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
A new challenge for me?
me in prayer. I need targets, not guidance. Blessed be the road that we take.
Follow my lead!
Which device is the cargo left used for transporting parts?
The burden of failure is the most
Worse.
terrible punishment.
It's about time.
Access codes you do not have.
I'll lay claim to the stars. None shall stand in my way.
How big is this fucking map? The desecrated altar of the Omnissiah. The purity seals have been torn off. Data slates with sacred codes shattered. Some of the teeth on the gear adornment broken off.
Victory awaits! Follow my lead. New challenge for me. It's about time.
My knowledge has its limits.
It was this. No fail. The eerie-looking makeshift structure is an altar to Dynasty. Amidst the revolting totems and twisted symbols dedicated to Chaos God, you notice a string of lines burned into the metal surface. Okay. The god we're dealing with.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The scale of the map, it's
I
unreal.
won't tolerate weakness.
Corrupted. And they look fucking tough. Rust Stalker. This looks tough.
Speak, Elantark.
I'm restless.
Holy fuck, there's a combat servitor too. And they got walk skulls.
I align my path with yours. For now.
You are in the presence of House Orselio.
We shall prevail.
What is it, rogue trader?
The tech priest tears himself away from reading his data slate and looking up at you. His respiratory augment is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in deathly pale artificial flesh. You take note of a multitude of fresh augmentics attached to his head. They seem to have been inserted haphazardly, and pus is seeping from the untreated wounds. I heard your footsteps in a void. You're one of the ones you saw not. Pascal exchanges a series of binary signals with the tech priest before saying menacingly, initiating a rest procedure. This unit is using a fabricated notification code, which constitutes a 4th grade scion. Pascal, do you have any preferences regarding the killing of your former tech brother? Switches to technolingua, his voice erupting in a series of binary signals. There is no need to be superstitious. Let him understand. Keratin nods in your direction with a smile. Pascal glances at you with worry and says in Gothic, his voice doubtful, following a voluntary surrender. I will be willing to commute the punishment from immediate destruction to arrest and isolation for the sake of executive interrogation. If you think it's the best. Request denied, tech brother. You will have to pull what I know out of my head.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Cross them!
We got a problem here, okay? How does this weapon work? What's the range of this? Range says it's 5. Why is it like this then?
Natural.
Holy shit!
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Only hold on though. That's a lot. God damn it, righteous fury! We need momentum. Dodge. I guess they're resistant to fire.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
But they're not.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
That fucking combat servitor, I can only imagine when he gets close. Holy shit is this? Holy fuck with these things. Keyboard ain't working now. Work. Weird.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
How do we do this? It's not a joke.
I've seen a lot of innocent people. I've yet to see someone remain so after an interrogation.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
I'll turn you into corpse starch. As the tactical imperative dictates, the spiritual prognosis is favorable.
Back.
I won't go down easy.
Faith shields me.
Not perform attacks with weapons. Melee weapons, I guess.
I won't object to it.
Damn dodge. I don't know what to do with them, they're fucking tough.
For the throne's glory.
Toughest that I've seen so far.
I won't object to it.
Not to mention this fucking thing.
all the pain.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. I need targets, not guns.
Nice. Chodź. Za. Završimo. Šta? A? Sad čekaj.
All too easy. I shall not fear. Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ninjutsu. Ninjutsu.
Low momentum. Fighting.
Do I need to do everything myself?
If I must. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me.
On. Butcher Kilo. Right, next down. Oh. Perplexed. I need to be careful with this fight. Good. Grab back quest. What is happening? How did this happen? Can you heal the servitors? I haven't tried. This is the hardest fight I've seen in a game so far. This one. And we still got a boss of the area. E treba da ustane ninjitsu. Ninjitsu. Escape out of this.
You interrupted my thoughts. I have traveled far darker paths.
I'm watching your back.
Треба да Треба да
Remember, innocence.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
The Emperor sets my path.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
I am listening. Anything worthy of my
I'm
attention?
watching your back. Always. I serve the Golden Throne.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Take you down.
The Emperor is on our side. Naturally.
Joke these things.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Monkey.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Freaking disgusting are you?
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
done.
If I must. If it serves your cause.
Nothing I got.
Amazing with this dodge.
Suits my purposes.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is...
Nothing.
The Omnissiah comprehends all. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binary override.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. Naturally.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I understand your...
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Really?
As the Emperor commands, I act. I need targets, not guidance. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I will not. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Get me that fucking bird.
am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Not a problem for me. All too easy. Suits my purposes.
If I must. If it serves your cause.
Thing.
Explorers know one route. Forward. My vow is to serve. Request approved.
I need a foothold. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
I'll paint your death in colors. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I understand your intent.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Guided by faith. I'll do it.
Already done.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause.
Suits my purposes.
You can dodge. For real.
Not a problem for me.
Just designate a target. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If I must. If it serves your cause.
I won't go down.
Just Fury again.
I needed that.
Spiritual prognosis is favorable. Request approved.
Everyone, step aside. I won't object to it. Naturally. I won't do that. But of course, Lord Captain.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I understand your intent.
High momentum.
Loudest for the
Forge ahead. Nothing I can't do.
I approach the designated position.
Suits my purposes.
That is beneath.
She's empty.
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is beneath.
The Omnissiah Council comprehends all.
For the thrones. Let's see to it. Naturally.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
rejoice in battle.
I move as if unseen.
You are shitting me.
The Emperor is on our side. But of course, Lord Captain. More trouble than it's worth. For the throne's glory.
Fuck told you to put him that far away.
Not sanctioned to do this.
Can't use charge now. He blew you like 6. I shit.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
If it serves your cause.
I am a knight.
Taking his neural cogitator. The data contained within must be analyzed in order to supplement the catechism of operation and maintenance. Do you intend to pull that thing out of his head? Revolting. What if it's contagious? What if it's contagious? Request denied, the value of data justifies the risk. Pascal leans over the corpse, activates the sampling tool on one of his mechadendrites and plunges it into tangle of automatics covered the heretic skull. Okay, Pascal does what he pleases, man. Everyone listens to the rogue trader, but not Pascal. Pascal just says denied and does his own thing. Like he's the rogue trader. Crucified body had all of its augmentics removed, judging by the abundance of blood. They were ripped out when the tech priest was still alive.
Victory awaits!
Mishmash of steel, wire, augmentations, shaped by some madman is an unknown.
A new challenge for me.
Curved parks look foreign compared to the orderly geometry of the Manufactorum. The many holes and fasteners indicate that each component serves as but a single part of some wicked design. The thing I fought, that was the boss I fought. Their assembly here. What did the immense left? Plasma gun.
It's about time. We must act. Already done. None shall stand in my way.
I don't know how many hours I've been in this map now.
Follow my lead.
This is to go back with a ladder. Redemption gauntlets. Ostrigonius. Weapon ballistic. Also precision strike is additional 10%. Righteous Fury. No matter we wait. Although I can do it for the XP.
My success was inevitable. A trivial task. Hope to see an Azuriani fail.
Victory awaits. Challenge for me?
Cubes. Filled with refused broken pieces of spare parts, chopped flesh, bits of wire, and various other junk.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Striker's breastplate. This is the first armor that's actually worth equipping. There's a dodge penalty, 0.5, this is 0.75. Base armor property, deflection against impact. Reduces the chance of triggering psychic phenomena by 10%. It also grants 20% absorption against demons. Deflection, armor absorption, 40%, 33%. Hunter's carapace is actually 33 profit factor, and the one I found is 0. The Inquisitor can wear this.
It's about time. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Very soon there's gonna be a boss fight.
I won't tolerate weakness. Follow my lead. Victory awaits.
Weird. There's nothing in the room. Probably
A new
gonna
challenge
be
for me?
something on a full release here. But that's really weird. Chaos Marine, man. The first one. That's a problem.
None shall stand in my way.
Motherfuckers. Twice his size as us. Easily twice the size. Is there any way to open this fight not to be close by? I have a feeling I'm gonna get one shot in. Let's see what's gonna happen. I wanna see how strong he is. The Chaos Space Marine towers over the tech priests. Bowed heads like a dark cliff, he's preaching slowly, almost chanting. From the mere sound of his deep low voice you break into a cold sweat as noisy hits your throat. Listen for my words revealed to you path from darkness unto the primordial truth, which has yawned open its gates for wayward souls seeking deliverance from the shroud of lies, torments of enslavement. Your minds have shed the bonds of the dogma that has guided you into the abyss. Accept now the hope granted you by the greatest of the word bearers. Sacrilege, here on the soil of the Imperial world. Your meeting on Raikad would be the less, but you run into this anathema here. Kiava Gamma did not merely succumb to heresy. Your world is in clutches of the greatest evil known to the Imperium. The Noosphere's signature of the defective units has been archived. In accordance with the sacred commandments, I will tolerate no heresy and hereby sentence you to categorical disposal without redemption. Pascal, that was the solution here. That's the Chaos Bow. Chaos Marine roars in furious tech priests turn and charge you, as if on cue.
I'll purge you from existence!
Crush them! Get me a target. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain, naturally.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Swift and silent.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Scratch. They're all tough cultists surrounded by the freaking Chaos Marine.
I am not your sister's pet monkey.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Be careful not to cross my gaze.
There's Bringer.
Vengeance will be swift.
Christ. And I was in full cover. I was in full cover, by the way.
If I must. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
Yes! Holy shit, they all here.
Another color has faded.
Pay attention. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I need targets. As the Emperor commands, I act.
So bloody strong.
Running by Derek override. Activate calculate fury algorithm. My vow is the scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Suits my purposes.
I understand your intent.
All too easy. I'll pass. Nothing I can't do.
Emperor, deliver us! job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Request approved.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
If I must. I move swiftly to strike. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Running by Narrative. The Messiah knows all. Comprehends all.
High momentum.
Not a problem for me.
Advancing.
Suits my purposes.
Running by Narrative. My vow is to serve.
Already done.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I understand your intent. You cannot force me, Elantak.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Thank God he missed with all the first fire.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
The peeling shield's gonna miss.
this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I need targets, not guidance. I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. I need targets, not guidance. As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. Doubt is for the weak.
High momentum.
I'll do it.
Explore to zone 1 route. Forward.
Very nice. I hope you're bleeding.
Nothing I can't do.
Pascal is bad.
Suits my purposes. All too easy. Already done.
You know what this looks like to me? My main character is do it, Pascal! Do it, Pascal! Just the finger on him, don't stop, you know? Buff him up, give him action points, do it, Pascal! Basically what I do with my main, okay? I just say, do this, do that.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Request approved.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? You insist, Lord Captain?
Pascal versus Space Marine. Space Marine is running away. I mean, Chaos Marine.
Just designate a target. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act. I need targets, not guidance.
Every fight so far and how I'm winning, basically. I'm putting up Heinrich, the Inquisitor, and everyone fucks Heinrich, and then I reallocate and I say, do it, Pascal.
As the tactical imperative dictates. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Here we go. Do it, Pascal. Don't bug. got shit to be. Game. No! Realize how long that fight's last. Man, when the shit gets involved. God damn it. I wanna do the map, I wanna do the boss so I can be done for today. It just prolongs.
Not my specialty. Absolutely not.
Broke the game. Nice. Smack the keyboard until it works. Come on, do it, Pascal.
Give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Oh, fuck, come on, die. He needs to play. He's kicking Pascal, it's like a brick wall. Chaos Marine. Don't troll. Fucking hell.
I
Die.
understand your intent.
Leveled up, by the way. Let's see what you left. You left shit. Nothing. Space Marine, no loot. Really? No loot at all.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
It's always should with you.
Follow my
You
lead.
never do anything. What are you doing?
We shall prevail.
What is it?
I tire of idleness. Let's
Why,
move.
you're so
I
wrong.
won't tolerate weakness.
Jesus Christ, man.
Doubt is for the weak.
Unbelievable, man. Unfucking believable that you can't that you disarm like 1 out of 7 traps. On average. On core. We can level up.
Do you require an audience?
I'm always ready.
This sounds useful, commanding strategy. You can buff allies from far away, as long there's a stratagem. Not enough talents, if you ask me. Very well. So.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
I'm restless. Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Carouse or demolition? Demolition.
Ready, predicted. Data meditation is terminated. You are authorized.
Imperium or awareness? Go with Imperium. Whatever.
What ails you?
After using charge ability, all Vanguard attacks against their enemies in a 3-cell radius deal 1+ unyielding beacon stack. The Vanguard gains unspent Vanguard movement points, 3 to deflection at the end of turn. Per 3 unspent Vanguard movement points, you get a deflection at the end of the turn. Not bad at all. 10 bonus dodge and parry. Well, there are no allies within a 2-cell radius. Not bad too. I'll go with the move. There you go with awareness. That's it.
A new challenge for
Intriguing. I won't go down easy.
The burden of failure.
And
is
she
the
still
most
can't
terrible.
disarm, and I just invested into it.
The Emperor sets my path.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Data meditation is terminated.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh, there's a boss. What was on that door then, if that's a boss?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
There was that door down there. Let me see.
It's about time. Victory awaits.
There was one that required a password, I think, and I can't remember where it is now. What's this? Manufactorum of Kiava gun. Mutants. Numerous wires and pipes run to the filthy cages, which are filled with what looks like a conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out who is in the cage, but bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the darkness, while the mass of flesh twitches and shudders. Heinrich casts a scrutinizing eye over one of the cages before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside. Look at it. Through the metal bars you see it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. Monstrously deformed bodies have fused together in places, while others were severed using saws and knives, leaving wounds sipping pus and slime, wounds that are agglutinating and sprouting tendons. Rats connected to wires that run to a nearby cogitator bristle across the flesh. One of the human heads turned to you, Merce. Even attempting to speak causes the mutant pain, but he bears the agony and forces out the words. Mercy, make it stop. Study the mutants closely. You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in the cage seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. You see no sutures or any other means by which the separate parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you can discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bones, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warp sorcery is capable of creating such an abomination while preserving its ability to live on. What is this? I need to have some idea. The Lex mechanic mentioned the inhabitants of the lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to those poor people in their own home, and now they're studying the result. They're people monstrously mutated, but still people. The Lex mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on machines. What are the arch-enemy minions doing to the people of the lower levels? Have you ever seen anything like this before? Seen a great deal of rogue trader that includes mutations caused by the sorcery of chaos, but what frightens me most is not the repulsive form, but what is hiding beneath it. Human soul in torment, chaos never forgets to ensure its victims retain the ability to suffer. To know of the workings of dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself. These are warped mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect, and that is why they were brought here, to be connected to sensors and cogitators. Even fallen text priests who have rejected the Omnissiah are driven by perverted hunger for knowledge. Why are they hooked up to cogitators? Lingua technis, corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we'll be able to extract anything of value from the cyber crypts. Thinking, Heinrich clenches his fist and bites down on a knuckle, and then recoils when the mutant from the nearest cage reaches a hand out to him through the bars. You, a female face, watches you from within the gloom of the cage, even though half of her head has been turned into a mess of bones and lumpen growths. Her single eye looks at you with a surprising amount of intelligence. You promised us. Who are you talking to? What did they promise you? Who are they? You took us from the inferno. You promised us a reward. I'll be damned, they can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them. Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them, which will trigger further changes. What do you wanna do? Psyker abilities allow me to affect the human body. It's one of the most effective tools to use against individuals who resist questioning. If you're suggesting that I want to use it, I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself. The effect of warp energy will likely lead to an explosive reaction. I don't know the precise mechanism of this mutation. The result could be even more monstrous than its current state. If there's something that will make them talk, we must use it. I think so, tiny fragments of data that could prove worthless and even harmful to us, in exchange for participating in this torture. Okay, your call. Kill them. Each mutant has cables attached. I may not know the nature of the machines, but it is too difficult to increase the voltage. Electricity. Burn mate hangs in the air. Do you know what bothers me, Rogue Trader? The number of people here. There are too few. The lower levels of similar manufactorums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? I know I won't like the answer. Let's go.
A new challenge for me?
A lingua.
None shall stand in my way. Follow my lead.
Can't bloody believe how big this map is.
It's about time.
It's unreal. Corrupted tech priests.
I align my path with yours. For now.
Show them no mercy!
You pay even
How many times do you shoot, man? Are you crazy?
If I must. I approach the designated position. This tedium is beneath you. If it serves your cause.
Guided by faith. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I need a foothold. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
My luck ran out.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I understand your intent. Slips beyond the veil.
Least I tried.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? Assist, Lord Captain.
Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
Naturally. But of course.
High momentum.
Nothing I can't do.
Bastards. Running binary code, right?
Jesus Christ, servitors are following me to the next map.
If it serves your cause. If I must.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Let's see to it. Nothing stands against us.
Right.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Bait the wall.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Massive cogitator out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. A hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred the computer into action has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every nuke, every component of the machine radiates a sense of wrongness. One that is difficult to explain, but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defiles the laws of physics and perspective. That's a creation of the archenemy. Don't go near it. You have done enough for me and my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. As soon as Heinrich takes another step toward the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek like hundreds of metal needle driving into toughened glass, as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down toward the screens. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel a nice cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psyker abilities to try to fend off the pernicious effects of the Chaos artifact. The Omnissiah's grace has not touched the subject. This mechanism was not desecrated but born flawed and unnatural, iron most profane. Initiating observation log. Let not fear stand in the path of knowledge. You just said this thing is an abomination, yet you're going to immerse yourself in it in order to study it. Doesn't that thought repel you? Squeamishness is not a relevant factor. If you conducted the relevant assessments, the risk of spiritual harm is acceptable. The importance of obtaining the information is critical. Approach the cogitator, keep your distance and wait. Draw your weapon, we must destroy this machine immediately. Keep your distance and wait. A minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrich examine the cogitator. His eyes scan the screens, his hands darting from reel to lever, sometimes hovering uncertainty over the next switch, which immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point you hear his voice, almost a whisper, barely audible above the clanging, roaring machine. Sacrifices, more and more sacrifices every minute. Heinrich looks at you, his eyes darker now, appearing almost black in his white face. Hecatomb determinants. The womb of this cursed machine is down on the lower levels. The auxiliary enumerator controls the system for delivering molten waste under the Manufactorum main building. This cogitator is fueled by the energy harnessed from the thousands of people who are flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. Can't even imagine the reason for sacrificing all of these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the fabricator prized the monster so highly. The cursed tech priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the Omnissiah's power. This machine is designed to process myriad possibilities using warp source. It has almost finished its task. It predicts the future rogue trader. Are you alright? I'll be fine. How can it predict the future? Do not attempt to gain any insight into the essence of the machines corrupted by the archenemy, at least not if you value your soul. I have encountered the heretics' mechanical abominations before. The truly fathom their nature is to allow a particle of death into your heart. But the fruit they bear, no matter how abhorrent the instruments, the fruit they bear could be useful. What what we can extract from his storage drives will be enough. This decision is on your conscience, Heinrich. I will succumb to the archenemy's old trick, the lure of untameable, the primary of all traps that chaos sets for unwary souls. Heinrich's movements are exact and purposeful. Unlike his earlier operation of the Cogitator, one after another the Cogitator's screen begins to fade to black, and the roar coming from inside the machine quietens to a barely perceptible howl, in which you imagine you hear notes of dejection. Heinrich bends over the keys and flinches as if from an electric shock. His head snaps back unnaturally and you see his lips moving. You swing in and out of the Cogitator, and all its screens explode, showering you in hail of fragments, releasing the heinous beast that was somehow imprisoned within. Kill the demon, get the fuck out, there's a screamer. Heinrich! I told you to do what's right, man.
I won't object to it.
Here we fucking go now. We're gonna reduce its dodge.
For the throne's glory.
Motherfucker.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Shit's bad. Bad, bad, bad.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Get my corrupted servitor doing his stuff. She needs to take a hit. Yeah, I got no dash here. Fuck it, take a hit. I hope she won't die though. Oh, you don't have attack opportunity. Pascal will handle this.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause.
Can't wait for them to add inspect button. Come on, Pascal. Now we go, we do it, Pascal. Or we do it with Heinrich. He deals a lot too. Nah, do it, Pascal. Let's go.
Do not dare ask. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Be careful not to cross my gaze. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Do it, Pascal.
Already done.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Holy terror! Smite your enemies!
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. Please, a prayer.
Screamer. Heinrich stares at the smoldering ashes of a demon, and then at the destroyed cogitator. The fur on his brow slowly smooths out. His face looks almost content. Creation of chaos is no more. I hope the fabricator did not have time to pass on the secrets of this creature to his associates. And I hope that the survivors down in the lower levels can hold on until we liberate Kiava Gamma. What happened when you touched the machine? We'll talk about it later. Right now, I must thank you, Rogue Trader. Without your help and cooperation, I would have reached the depths of Kiava Gamma and learned the truth behind my agents. Dispatches and reports, I would never have ended up here, and I would never have succeeded in hampering the cult's activities. My business on Kiava Gamma is concluded. It's time to return to the mission that brought me to the industrial world. The only thing I'll ask of you is an audience when we return to the ship. Well, they need to buff the Screamer.
None shall stand in my way.
I squashed it. It needs a huge buff. Now let's go for the boss.
Victory awaits.
Crazy good map, this one, by the way. Crazy good. The bus is over here. I seen one cogitator that needed a passcode, and now I don't know where it is. I forgot.
Follow my lead.
And I clearly remember it was here somewhere. I can remember the route I took. I lowered this shit over here.
New challenge for me.
And I went around.
I won't tolerate
I
weakness.
forgot what it is. I just know it needed a passcode. I think I went to the left
Lay
when I
claim
found it.
to the stars.
Somewhere over here. Transporting parts. Was it this? I think it was this one. I got a code. CyberGuard is asking for access codes you do not have.
It's about time.
I have an idea. Once I kill the boss, he'll leave the codes, and then I can go for those that are trapped down there. We'll go for the boss.
Follow my lead.
Fabricator Cube is Delphi with a shitload of technomats.
concocted my thoughts. State your intention.
We shall prevail.
Color the uncolored.
Speak, Elantar.
Do you require an audience?
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Authorized.
Remember, innocence proof.
We must act.
What is it, rogue trader?
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
What ails you?
I'm always ready.
I'm watching your back. Always. Tread carefully, rogue trader.
Fabricator Cubist Dolphin. Upon noticing you, Cubist Dolphin straightens. You hear the clanging and groaning of metal as the pistons and bearings of the Fabricator augmented body have fused together. His voice interlocked with disgusting scrapes and screeches. The probability of navigating your way of reaching the inner line was negligible. Primordial truth guards me in my work. And why is this variable is yet to be eliminated? The reason is that I'm Rogue Trader von Valancius, conqueror of the Koronus Expanse, and you're a talking piece of junk. You already cut down that brute of a preacher who brainwashed you and your underlings. Now it's your turn. We owe it, you're a talking piece of junk. How dare you slight me, your insolence is preposterous. No matter, the error will soon be rectified. Soon. Let me just kill you along with your minions and be done with it. Will not count at such an outcome, although probability recalculation shows that even your unforeseen appearance and disappointing resilience can serve progress. What else would have found a suitable specimen for practical testing? Straighten his back and shoulders. Hear a mounting hum, as if from some powerful turbines, and then heavy footsteps and the grinding of metal against metal. You are shitting me. This ain't fucking real. I don't wanna fight this thing again, man. Oh! Witness the weapon designed to carry the glory of the true gods into the darkness of Koronus Expanse. A shepherd has sent me one of his iron angels, so that its very presence may instill faith in awe in the hearts of his flock, accept the greatness of primordial truth, united with the might of the new Kiava, Gamma, and Perilous.
Take a knee.
Great, we are double bosses. Just great. A demon engine. Fabricator Cubist Dolphin. This is just. Epic. Epic.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Absolutely epic. Maybe I should rush for this idiot.
This tedium is beneath you. Your Xenos pet monkey.
Fuck, even the tectomats are crazy. And so much from the cover. Aha! Watch! Where am I supposed to find cover?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. I need targets. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. You don't frighten me.
An unworthy soul.
Fucking normal. Very fucking normal.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory.
My vow is to serve. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Technomatter problem. Huge problem. They also deal a lot.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Oh, too easy.
If I must. I am not your pet monkey.
Suits mine. encompasses. Already done.
My luck right now.
Miscreant.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
This tedium.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
You have offered me another chance. Swift and silent. I understand your intent. It serves your cause.
Thank God they target that Moro. Thank God.
Guided by faith. Blessed be the hand of the healer. I'll do it.
Very nice.
Doubt is for the weak.
Rojce.
I need targets, not guidance.
I tried.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Bastards. You have my thanks. Let's see to it. Naturally.
Jesus Christ, I wasn't expecting that shit.
Function as one. But frail organics required it.
they respond to this? Suits my purposes.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I receive damage now, what the fuck?
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. This is why I was
What on earth?
faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I need targets, not guidance. That is not the Emperor's will.
Nothing I can't do.
Robić.
Suits my purposes.
0 damage. Active armor. 1 round. No, you want me, eh?
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
If I must.
Weakness is hidden from my sight.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
That's bad. That's very bad.
I will not. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
There goes the boss.
I understand your intent.
I forgot about this technoman. Whoa, whoa, that thing retaliates now. That's really a problem. For how long? We will receive an extra turn after receiving damage. I can't, I need to wait this.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak.
Good job.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Who told you to charge there? No, enough. Piece of shit.
By the manner of their death, we shall know
Holy
I won't go
shit.
down easy.
Are you done? You still retaliate. He needs to die.
Let's see to it.
Jesus Christ, if there is something stupid, that it's this.
I won't object to it. For the throne's glory.
Do it, Pascal. Nice. Nice.
You should have fought better.
Hey, 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 hey. Holy shit, Dutch queen. When you dead, I don't wanna risk with shooting. Should be dead if I shoot, but I don't want that risk.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
You're gonna die.
None shall stand in my way.
And that would be Kiava now. See Delphine pattern on the Scion X. And a shifting combi tool. Look, it's early to tell, but way too early to tell. But considering this game like a year or two more in development, just imagine when it has better graphics, when it works better, when it's balanced, when it has 7 difficulties, when it's tested, when animations are smoother, when combat is faster, when proper leveling is there, when ship leveling is there, choices and consequences, 6 acts, exploration, events, multiple endings, like it can be really good. I don't know if I can say will it be better than Breath of the Righteous, but it's really gonna be good. Which game is better? This one or Divinity Original Sin? I told it like a million times when people ask me about Divinity Original Sin and comparing it to other CRPGs. Divinity Original Sin 2 and Divinity Original Sin 1, they're brilliant games. But those games are for casual playing. Okay, even on tactician difficulty, Divinity Original Sin ain't challenging. Okay, they're there to laugh with silly atmosphere, to enjoy yourself, for casual playing, role playing. But in terms of challenge, no. In terms of complexity, no. Breath is better. Even this one in alpha is more complicated than Divinity Original Sin 2. Cool game. Exactly, Wasteland 3 also, it's a brilliant game. I had a lot of fun, I laughed a lot, there were great jokes, okay, exploration was phenomenal, all RPG elements basically, everything was done well, and then it was the difficult, non-existent. You can steamroll on Supreme Jerk. All of those games basically, they are amazing, but challenge is lacking. In terms of Wrath of the Righteous, you got challenge and you got an amazing game. Both at the same time. As far as loot goes in this game, there's gonna be loot. This is alpha. Okay, there's gonna be loot, there's gonna be rewards. Everything is gonna be how it's supposed to be.
Victory awaits.
From what I've seen so far, and I'm in the game, this is early alpha again, and I'm 42 hours in the game. Just think about it. 20% of the game, basically. Not even 20.
I'll lay claim to the stars. I won't tolerate weakness.
I align my path with yours, for now.
Follow my lead!
We also leveled up. Marine again. What? Again this. What I want to believe, the end of 2023 or early 2024 should be the full release of Rogue Trader. And Baldur's Gate 3 is in summer. And again, that game is also gonna be a casual experience. The hard is difficult. Just hyped in Baldur's Gate. It's Divinity Original Sin 3. I played Alpha. I don't know how many hours I got in Alpha. I even forgot it exists. I played 62 hours. It ain't Baldur's Gate. It's Divinity. Simple as that. Yeah, they got flashy trailers. They got advertising. They're gonna sell well. They already sold well. But you'll see when it comes out, after all. Can you buff before the fight? No, you can't. They lose interest and passion to finish. No, they won't. They are very active on the game. How they gonna justify Minsk in Baldur's Gate 3? After the happenings in Baldur's Gate 2, Minsk was turned into a statue. Okay, you have it in Baldur's Gate lore. You can check it out. And 100 or 150 years later, there was some magical disturbance and he turned from a statue into Minsk. And that's how they gonna explain Minsk. And I just spoiled you because you asked. That's how it's gonna be, you asked. Sharp pain pierces your head and light dims in your eyes. You smell smoke and burning, you feel a wave of noise. Your legs buckle and your knees hit the metal floor. In that same moment, the manufactorum surrounding you disappears behind a whirlwind of mist, ash, and grey shadows. What I also like about, for example, this game, it's a brand new name, a brand new title, even though it's Warhammer. We never got Warhammer as a CRPG. It's completely something new. You know what to expect out of Baldur's Gate 3, for example. You expect what you've seen in Baldur's Gate 2 from characters and so on. Okay? Name of items, name of spells. And then the gameplay of Divinity Original Sin 2. You know what to expect. You don't know what to expect here in Rogue Trade. Struggling against the elements, you can barely raise your head as you look ahead of you. Your eyes sting and burn, but through the tears, you see a colossal silhouette rising above you. The roaring tempest is unable to shake the mighty figure. What are you? Try to get a better look at the figure. Awareness. Nah, fail. Uralon the Cruel. Why did you fail? What was my last save? I'm afraid for the last save, so I'll roll with it, then I wanna see what happens. Writhing in pain, you raise your head and peer into the wild darkness. You make out the figure features. It's a huge man clad in dark power armor, from which demonic silhouettes sneer at you. The wind picks up and you close your eyes, unable to stare into the face of this raving tempest. I'm the master of those who have been felled by your hand in the halls of primordial truth. I'm Uralon the Cruel. The souls of my followers return to the fount of power they served. Crying out, I cast my gaze towards the sacrilege. And what do I see? Yet another lackey of the corpse emperor. The giant's voice causes the storm. He needs to be bigger, okay? If he's the giant and you wanna make him like this, you make him at least twice bigger than he actually is now. The giant's voice causes the storm raging around you to die down somewhat, as if the very sound of his voice is enough to make the whirlwind subside. You glance at the huge warrior and notice on his chest a winning azure symbol. The shades of blue seem to glimmer and intermix. I'm the master of Kiava Gamma, this is my world, not the domain of chaos. Clinging to illusions will do you no good. The rituals have already been performed. The mortals already sing litanies of primordial truth, will decorate the sacrificial altars with their flesh. Kiava Gamma, as you call it, is already saturated in the nectar of the truth, a fate that awaits all worlds that will stand in our way. Where are we? The bridge that connects our minds, created by the will of my slave, whose fate you should be envying. The Psyker is useful enough to me to be left alive. You, hardly. What do you want? Won't look upon the ones who has disrupted my minions' duties and my master's plans. The warrior from my legion. the fabricator. You think of their deaths as a triumph, however it's but a minor hindrance on our path. The other world that serve our goals, the other sources of plasteel and adamantium. Revel in your victory, it will change nothing. Nevertheless, the blood in your veins whispers to the spirit that you warrant a slightly greater deal of attention. You're a descendant of a rogue trader whose warrant Kunrad Voidweir was supposed to deliver to me. That worm failed his task because of you. He lost my favor. Could it be that you wish to gain it instead? Do you wish to present your false god's relics to me and serve the truth? Your very blood calls for you to serve the one whom your kind, in his blindness, calls the archenemy. What would be the point of such futile defiance? Get on your feet, willpower. I'm a rogue trader, sovereign of Kiava Gamma. The warrant belongs to me alone, never Chaos Home. The only way you're going to acquire my warrant is by digging it out of the ruins of my ship. I'm willing to give the warrant to you in exchange for the blessings of your masters. God damn it, you can also be corrupted by chaos. In this game, speaking about choices and consequences, there we go. Different paths, different endings. Willpower, get on your feet. Succeeded. Conquering the weakness and pain, straining every muscle in your body, you slowly rise to your feet, straighten and stare Uralon straight in the eye. He smiles, but there is no mirth in his eyes, only malicious curiosity, the kind which one looks at an insect with its wings torn off. This isn't your first time meddling in the deeds of the servants of chaos. You were there on Raikat Minoris, and so I want to know if you hold in your hands that which is not yours to hold, and you will tell me yourself. He utters a few words in an unknown tongue over his shoulder, and you feel your head being clamped by an unseen vice. You feel your blood start pumping alarmingly in your temples at an increasing pace as the wind is knocked out of you, but then drumming in your ears quiets, and your heart, which was about to leap out of your chest, slows its rhythm. Looks like I'm not the only one who appreciates the value of pet psyker. I will make good use of your watchdog when my servants get to you. Especially since the soul of your leash sorcerer has already been marked by my lord. He speaks about a companion, she's not with us, but I'll know at least for the main game who to take here. A gust of wind sweeps Uralon's figure away without a trace. The mist around you begins to dissipate, revealing the dark halls of the Manufactorum and leaving behind an oppressive sense of powerlessness. Heinrich is standing beside you, white as a sheet, eyes wide, grimacing. The air around him seems to roil, though the phenomenon passes almost immediately. As he begins to speak, his voice sounds hoarse and cracked. That wasn't easy. I sense the presence of another psyker. Someone made contact with you mentally, then tried to harm you with psychana. I did what I could, at least you look unarmed. Can you remember what you saw? It was a Chaos Space Marine. He said something about Theodora, about how the blood in my veins will lead me to serving Chaos. The servant of Chaos claims that the soul of the psyker who is protecting me already been marked by his lord. It doesn't matter, the sooner I forget about it, the better. The servant of Chaos claims that the soul of the psyker who is protecting me has already been marked by his lord. Shadow passes over Heinrich's face, astonishment, anger, and finally unease. Most likely, Renmi wanted to sow doubt among your allies. If I were a follower of the archenemy, would I have fought for your soul? Don't trust a word enemies of the Imperium say. Rogue trader lets you put your own soul at risk. It was a Chaos Space Marine, one of the traitors of the Imperium. I don't think it was he who grasped your mind. I would have had strength to go up against a psyker from the ranks of those monsters. He might have forced some mortal to do his bidding. Perhaps it was through the some helpless medium that he sensed the deaths of his henchmen. Such indescribable power to have reached out to your mind at such a distance. He said something about Theodora, about how the blood in my veins will lead me to serving Chaos. Sister Argentia, who's been watching all of this intensely, grows pale and makes the sign of Aquila to ward off evil. Heinrich looked at you closely, whether with surprise or anger, you're unsure. Then he gives a curt nod. I see, we can theorize later, although let's say rogue traders, his words do not leave much room for interpretation. Manufactorum around you looks the same as before the vision. Maybe the shadows have grown a little deeper and darker. You dust yourself off and continue on your journey through the darkness. What a fucking map. The world industrial heart has fallen to corruption, but numerous faint wax signals from periphery indicate that the planet's small manufacturing clusters survived without succumbing to the heretics. The fate of Kiava Gamma hangs in a balance. Purify and restore Kiava Gamma no matter the cost. Restore the Manufactorum in the shortest possible time with no regard for the corruption. Restore the Manufactorum using the heretics' engineers' plans. Purify and restore Kiava Gamma, no matter the cost. Servants of Adeptus Ministorum heeded the call and began to assemble a holy crusade to purify Kiava Gamma. It will take much time and effort to root out every tendril of corruption lurking in the dark corners of Manufactorum. What a fucking map, man. Then we have a colony. Restoration. Blessed are the weaponsmiths calculating holiness. Profit item. Titan Forged Lance Battery. Long range lance weapon dealing 62 damage to a chosen enemy within a narrow firing arc. That's the ship upgrade that you need, but not enough. Tears of Repentance. The resource is profit. The Hand of Xenocide. You got the X for the Tech Priest. Explorator's Reputation. Titan Forged Lance. Blessed are the Manufactories of Kiamagawa have been damaged and tainted by the prestige of Heretic Delphi. Renowned tech architect, the fugitive aristocrat Paravaskilus is offering to enter the rogue trader service as a planetary steward that restored the world to its former production capacity. I don't want to spoil way too much. I'm already 45 hours in the game. We go with Xenocide. Or Xenocide. Execute. Don't want to spoil. They're gonna change all of this in the future. We know how it works. There are tiers of colonies, and that's it. What's the artificial object? What the fuck happened now? Game.
I stand ready to serve you and the Imperium, Lord Captain.
Who the fuck asked you? What happened? We can place destroyer. 1 million of them. Yeah, fuck up. Tomorrow. We're gonna do it tomorrow. I'm dead bloody tired. As far as I know, we got around 10 more sectors left, and then we're done with Alpha. I hope I can do it tomorrow, and to finish with Rogue Trader. All in all, that's gonna be it for tonight, people. I forgot. I released videos during this stream. They were on schedule on my YouTube channel. You got top 10 games of 2022 video. You got some videos for Rogue Trader also. So you can check it out. Next stream is gonna be... I guess same time as today. Tomorrow. In around 15-16 hours from now. People. Thanks for watching. I wish you all good night. See you back soon.